There's a moment, just before the edge of the known world, where the stars themselves seem to hold their breath. Picture it, the last glimmer of familiar light fading behind you, the vast, uncharted dark stretching ahead, and the quiet resolve of a single soul daring to sail beyond the boundaries of creation. This is where our story begins, not with a map, but with a question: what lies beyond the edge of everything? If you've ever stared at the night sky and wondered what secrets hide in the spaces between the stars, then you're already part of this journey. And we'd love to know, where are you joining us from tonight? Drop a comment below and tell us what time it is where you are, because this is a tale that unfolds across the heavens, and every voice adds to its magic. Erendel, the star sailor, stands at the prow of his luminous ship, Vingilot, its sails woven from the very light of the heavens. Behind him, the last known star within the circle of the world flickers like a dying ember. Ahead, only the unknown, a void so vast it defies even the oldest prophecies. His hands grip the helm, not out of fear, but from something deeper, a duty that burns brighter than any star. For centuries, his people have whispered of paths beyond the world's edge, of realms where even the valor dare not tread, and now it falls to him to chart the impossible. But this isn't just a voyage of discovery, it's a test of faith, of courage, of the unshakable belief that even in the darkest void, there are answers waiting to be found. What drives a person to sail into the unknown? Is it the weight of hope, the pull of destiny, or simply the irresistible call of the unexplored? Erendel's journey is more than a myth, it's a mirror held up to our own, longing to push beyond limits, to seek what others deem unreachable. As we follow his path beyond the circle of the world, we're not just witnessing a legend unfold. We're stepping into a story about the price of discovery, the cost of ambition, and the light that guides us when all other lights go out. So settle in, because this is a voyage unlike any other one, where every ripple in the cosmos holds a secret, and every star might just be a doorway to something extraordinary. The final voyage of Erendil begins now. The star charts spread across the table glow faintly, their silver ink tracing paths that vanish into blank parchment where the world ends. Erendel runs his fingers over those empty spaces, feeling the absence like a challenge. The Eldar crafted these maps over centuries, yet they dared not dream beyond the borders of their own understanding. His wife Elwing stands in the doorway, her silhouette framed by the last light of the setting moon. You can hear the fear in her voice when she speaks, not for herself, but for him. She's seen the abyss in her dreams, a place where the very concept of light unravels, where direction loses all meaning. But Erendel has spent too many nights listening to the whispers of the void to turn back now. He knows what lies beyond the maps isn't just darkness, it's possibility. The crew moves in uneasy silence, securing ropes and adjusting sails woven from celestial threads. None of them meet his gaze for long. They've sailed through storms that could shred lesser ships, faced winds that howled like forgotten gods, but this is different. It's not the danger that unsettles them, it's the unknown, and yet when Erendel gives the order, they obey. There's something in his voice, a resonance deeper than command, that makes even the most hesitant among them straighten their backs. Maybe it's the way he looks at the horizon, not with defiance, but with a quiet certainty, as if he's already seen what waits beyond the edge and found it worth the risk. As Vingilot rises from the harbor, the air hums with the energy of 1,000 captured stars. The sails drink in the last traces of familiar light, glowing brighter as the safety of home shrinks behind them. Below, Elwing watches until the ship is nothing more than a speck against the endless dark, her hands pressed together like a prayer. She doesn't call after him. Some choices are too vast for words, and so the ship surges forward, cutting through the silence between worlds, carrying its crew toward the one place no one has ever returned from. The edge isn't just a boundary, it's a beginning, and Erendel, he's ready to rewrite the maps. The moment Vingilot crosses the threshold, the air itself changes. Not air, really, but something thinner, older, like breathing in the space between heartbeats. The ship shudders as if the world is reluctant to let go, timbers groaning against currents that twist like living things. The crew clutches the rails, eyes wide as the stars behind them dim, not from distance, but as if the light itself is being siphoned away. And then the whispers begin, not from the crew, not from the wind, from the void itself. Faint, half-formed words in no language any of them recognize, yet they seep into the bones, carrying the weight of questions asked by things that have never known voices. Erendel's hands stay steady on the helm, but his pulse races. He expected the unknown, but not this, not the way the ship's compass needle whirls like a trapped insect, its enchantments crumbling under the weight of unmapped space. The rules here are different. Distance bends, time stretches thin, and yet there, ahead, a flicker. A new constellation pulses to life, its pattern alien, but unmistakably deliberate, like a hand reaching out in the dark. For a heartbeat, the crew's fear turns to wonder. They cheer, pointing at the impossible guide light, until the deck lurches beneath them. The current isn't just pulling now, it's alive. It coils around Vingilot's hull with a hunger that sends icicles down every spine. One of the younger sailors stumbles back, gasping about ghosts in the rigging. Another swears the sails are whispering back to the void. Erendel doesn't dismiss their terror. He feels it too, the way the ship's very magic strains against this place, its star-woven threads fraying at the edges. But when he closes his eyes, he hears something beneath the chaos. A melody, faint, almost drowned out, but there. The same haunting strain that's echoed in his dreams since he first dared to plan this voyage. It's not a warning, it's a thread, and so he does the one thing no map could ever advise. He lets go, not of the helm, but of certainty. He stops fighting the current and lets it take them, steering not by compass or chart, but by the pull of that half-heard song. The crew falls silent as the ship surges forward, the strange constellation brightening ahead. It's then they notice the shadows, not the absence of light, but shapes moving within it, vast and slow, like leviathans swimming through the deep. The compass shatters, the sails glow fever bright, and Erendel, he smiles, because this is what the stories never mentioned. The moment when lost doesn't mean helpless. When the unknown isn't an abyss, it's a conversation, and Vingilot, ever faithful, is learning the language. The shadows don't just follow, they breathe. That's what the youngest sailor swears, his voice cracking as he describes the way the darkness seems to ripple behind the ship, as if something vast is moving just out of sight. At first, Erendel dismisses it as frayed nerves playing tricks in the endless night. But then he sees it too, a flicker of movement at the edge of vision, a silhouette too sleek to be a trick of the void. It's not until he climbs the mast, rope burning his palms, that he comes face to face with one. Perched on the very tip of the rigging, its form is neither solid nor smoke, but something in between, a shape woven from the same starlight that powers Vingilot, yet darker, older. Its eyes, if they can be called that, are twin voids rimmed with silver, and when they fix on him, the air turns thick as syrup. The creature doesn't lunge, doesn't hiss. It simply watches, head tilting like a scholar, examining some rare artifact. Erendel's hand hovers near his dagger, but his fingers won't close around the hilt. There's no malice here, only a curiosity, so profound it borders on reverence, and that's what unsettles him most. A monster he could fight, but this is something that sees him, truly sees him, down to the marrow of his purpose. When it finally spreads wings like fractured constellations and melts back into the dark, the silence it leaves behind is heavier than any warning. Below deck, the crew's whispers have turned to shouts. Some claim the Watchers are heralds of doom, sent to escort them to oblivion. Others insist they're ancient sentinels, testing whether mortals have the right to trespass in realms beyond their knowing. The ship's navigator, a grizzled elf who's weathered 100 storms, slams his fist on the table. We're being hunted, he growls, and the fear in his voice is worse than any rage. Erendel wants to reassure them, to swear they're still in control, but the truth coils in his throat like a serpent. He doesn't know what these beings are. And for the first time since lifting anchor, he wonders if he's led them all into a labyrinth with no exit. The crew's eyes linger on him as he passes, their trust fraying like the edges of their starlit sails. One man mutters about turning back before it's too late. Another clutches a pendant of the valor, lips moving in silent prayer. Irendel doesn't blame them. Fear is a tide, and it's rising fast. But as he stands at the prow, staring into the abyss that now stares back, something stubborn kindles in his chest. Maybe the Watchers are hunters, maybe they're guides, or maybe, just maybe, they are as lost as he is, searching for answers in the same endless dark. And if that's true, then turning back would mean surrendering not just the voyage, but the chance to finally understand what waits beyond the edge of every map. The compass lies in pieces at Erendel's feet, its shattered needle still twitching as if haunted by the path it can no longer trace. Night after sleepless night, he kneels on the deck, fingers tracing the unfamiliar constellations now blooming overhead, stars that twist into shapes no elf has ever named. Their light doesn't behave as it should. It pulses like a heartbeat, flickers like a candle in a storm, as if the very fabric of the heavens is unraveling around them. But Erendel isn't just searching for direction. He's learning a new language, one written in the slow dance of celestial bodies that refuse to follow the rules of his world. Below deck, Elwing moves among the crew like moonlight through storm clouds. She doesn't offer empty comforts or false promises. Instead, she listens to the navigator's grim calculations, the cook's superstitious mutterings, the young rigger's nightmares about hands clawing at the hull. When she speaks, her voice is steady, not with authority, but with something rarer, understanding. Fear isn't the enemy, she tells them, pressing a cup of spiced wine into shaking hands. It's the compass we ignore that leads us astray, and somehow, in the glow of her presence, The whispers of mutiny lose their edge. It's the youngest among them who breaks the stalemate. A deck, and barely old enough to grow a beard, his fingers still nicked from his first voyage. He approaches Erendel not with ceremony, but with the hesitant excitement of someone who's spent too long doubting his own ideas. The device he carries is crude, its moon glass lens cracked at the edges, but when he cups it in his palms, the fractures catch the strange starlight and cast jagged ribbons across the deck. My grandmother swore by these, he admits, voice barely above a whisper, said they could find paths where maps saw only walls. Irendel turns the fragile thing over in his hands, feeling the hum of something ancient trapped within. The glow isn't constant, it flares and dims, as if breathing, sometimes pointing starboard, sometimes aft, as though the very concept of forward has lost meaning here. But in those erratic pulses, he senses a pattern, a rhythm that matches the melody still threading through his dreams. Using it would mean stepping off the edge of known navigation, trusting a tool as untested as their course. And worse, the way the glass flares brightest, whenever the watchers glide past the ship's wake, suggests it doesn't just sense paths, it senses them. The crew watches in silence as Erendel raises the moon glass to the sky. The light fractures through its imperfections, painting his face in shards of silver and shadow. For a heartbeat, no one breathes. Then a pulse so bright it sears after images into their vision, arcing toward a cluster of stars that suddenly align like a key turning in a lock. The deck and grins, triumphant, until a chorus of clicks echoes through the hull, as if 100 talons have just scraped against the keel. The watchers aren't just watching now. They're waiting, and the moon glass, cradled in Erendel's palms, burns hotter with every passing second. The air shivers as the watcher descends, its vast wings folding like collapsing star fields until it perches upon the mast. Too close, too real. Up close, its form isn't darkness but absence, a silhouette where the world itself seems to bend away. The voice that emerges isn't speech but sensation, a vibration in the bones that translates as words. Passage requires sacrifice. A thread of your past for a path to your future. Erendel's fingers tighten around the moon glass, still pulsing with stolen starlight. He knows better than to bargain blindly with things older than the world, yet the crew's desperate eyes bore into his back. What kind of memory? He demands, bracing for the weight of the price. The watcher's elongated fingers uncurl, revealing a palm like polished obsidian. Something sweet, something irreplaceable, the taste of your child's laughter, the scent of rain on your homeland's soil. A murmur ripples through the crew. How could anyone part with such things? Elwing moves before Erendel can speak, her hand already pressed to the watcher's palm. Take mine instead, she says, her voice steady as bedrock. The crew gasps. Even the watcher seems to pause, its hollow eyes narrowing. Erendel reaches for her. No, not this, but she shakes her head. You carry the voyage, let me carry this. The air crackles as the bargain seals, and then pain. Not physical, but deeper, as if a vein of gold has been pried from her soul. The memory unfolds above them, luminous as dawn, Elwing as a girl, barefoot on the shores of Sirion, the salt wind tangling her hair as she chases gulls. The moment shimmers, suspended, then fractures like ice underfoot, dissolving into motes of light that swirl into the void. The crew watches, transfixed, as those motes coalesce into something new, a bridge of shimmering threads, stretching toward the distant constellation. The watcher exhales, a sound like a tide receding from a forgotten shore. Paths are made of what we leave behind. It murmurs, already fading into the dark. Erendel turns to Elwing, searching her face for regret, but finds only resolve. "You'll forget that day forever now," he whispers. She touches his cheek, her smile softer than the memory she surrendered. "No, you'll remember it for me." And with that, the ship lurches forward, carried by a current that wasn't there before. The crew scrambles to the rails as the bridge of light hums beneath the hull, its glow illuminating faces etched with awe. For the first time since crossing the edge, they have direction. But as Vingilot glides along the luminous path, the shadows at the periphery stir not with menace, but something almost like recognition. The watchers are following, and they're not alone. The storm doesn't rage, it unravels. The moment Vingilot crosses into its heart, the very air begins to disintegrate, molecules peeling apart like old parchment. What should be wind feels instead like 1,000 fingers plucking at the ship's seams, tugging threads of reality loose one by one. Erendel's hands blister against the helm, the wood searing hot, then freezing cold in the space of a breath, as if time itself can't decide how to flow here. Behind him, the crew's shouts fracture into echoes, their voices splintering into fragments that hang suspended in the air before dissolving into static. A crack spiders across the deck, not in the planks, but in the space between them, a jagged line of nothingness that drinks in the light. One sailor stumbles back, but the rigger beside him isn't fast enough. His boot brushes the edge, and just like that, his leg is gone, not severed but erased, as if it never existed. He doesn't scream. There's no pain, only a dazed horror as he stares at the smooth, blank space where his knee should be. The crew drags him back, but the damage is done. The message is clear. This storm doesn't kill, it unmakes. Erendel's arms tremble as he wrestles the helm, veins standing stark against skin gone ashen. Every instinct screams to turn back, but the path behind them is already crumbling, the bridge of memories fracturing into motes of light that wink out one by one. There's no retreat, only forward, through the maelstrom where the rules of existence no longer apply. The sails, woven from starlight and stubborn hope, flap wildly, then one tears free with a sound like a dying star. The sailor, clutching its ropes, has half a second to meet Erendel's eyes before the void takes him, his silhouette burning into their vision like an afterimage before vanishing forever. For the first time, doubt coils in Erendel's gut, cold and heavy. Was this the Watcher's plan all along, to lead them into a trap woven from their own desperation? He glances at Elwing, her hands pressed to the wounded rigger's shoulder, her lips moving in a spell to staunch the unraveling creeping up his thigh. She doesn't look afraid, she looks furious. That fury, bright as a beacon, sears through Erendel's hesitation. Then, a sound beneath the storm's roar. Not the Watcher's whispers, not the groan of the ship, but a note so pure it cuts through the chaos. The melody from his dreams, now louder, clearer, as if whatever sings it stands just beyond the tempest's edge. Erendel's breath catches. The crew hears it too, their heads snapping up, eyes wide. It's not a dirge, it's a summons. With a shout that raw-throated and ragged, Erendel wrenches the helm sideways. Vingilot heels hard, timbers screaming, as he steers not away from the storm's heart, but deeper into it. The crew shouts, in protest, in terror, but the ship obeys, plunging toward the eye of the unraveling. Because sometimes the only way out is through, and if this storm wants to unmake them, let it try. The storm releases them like a sigh, Vingilot tumbling from the chaos into a silence, so profound it rings in the ears. Before them, the star hangs suspended, not dead, but dying, its light flickering like a guttering candle. What should be a sphere of fire is hollowed out, its core carved into a labyrinth of arches and spires, so vast they defy scale. From this distance, it could be a bridge spanning the abyss, or a cage built for something unimaginable. Erendel's hands shake as he lowers the viewing glass. The structure isn't just ancient, it feels wrong, its geometry twisting the eye, angles bending where they shouldn't. Yet something hums in his chest, a resonance deeper than fear. This place knows answers. We go closer, he says, and the crew's protests die in their throats when he steps toward the boarding skiff, without waiting for agreement. Only 4 follow, Elwing, the moon glass deck hand, the wounded rigger leaning on a crutch, and the navigator, though his jaw is clenched tight enough to crack teeth. The skiff glides through the hollow star's entrance, its edges etched with symbols that make the eyes water. Elwing traces a glyph with trembling fingers, her lips moving soundlessly as she deciphers the script. This isn't just writing, she murmurs. It's a warning and a welcome. The contradiction lingers as they drift deeper, the star's feeble light staining their skin, the color of old bruises. Then they see it, the central chamber, its walls lined with murals depicting beings of light crossing bridges between worlds. A way station, Elwing breathes. For travelers like us, but the relief dies as her torch reveals the later carvings. The figures darken, their postures twisting into agony, the bridges splinter. The final panel shows only a gaping maw, its edges lined with the same symbols from the entrance, now clearly not an invitation, but a scream frozen in stone. The navigator backs toward the skiff. Whatever happened here isn't over, he hisses. We leave now, the deck, and nods fervently, but Erendel steps forward, pressing his palm to the chamber's floor. It thrums beneath his touch, not with heat, but with something colder, a pulse, a presence. Above them, the stars' flickering light gutters once, twice, and holds. The shadows on the walls don't match their movements anymore. They stretch, they smile, and from the depths of the structure, something echoes Elwing's earlier words back to them, in a voice that's never been human. Welcome. The figure steps forward from the shadows of the hollowed-out star, and the air itself seems to bow under the weight of its presence. Robes the color of burned parchment cling to its form, stitched with constellations that died eons before Erendel's people named their first star. Its face, if it can be called a face, shifts like sand in an hourglass, features dissolving and reforming with every blink. When it speaks, the words don't echo. They settle, heavy as stones in the stomach. You are the 47th. The deckhand's moon glass slips from numb fingers, shattering against the chamber floor. Its light flares once, illuminating carvings they hadn't noticed before, names, hundreds of them, etched into the walls in a dozen alien scripts. Some are fresh. Some have been scratched over so many times the stone has worn thin. The keeper's long fingers brush one with something like sorrow. They all ask the same question. They all paid the same price. Erendel's voice is steel wrapped in silk. What price? The keeper's laugh is the sound of pages tearing. To map is to alter. To seek is to destroy. It gestures to the murals, where the figures of light now writhe in fresh agony. You think your charts are innocent, your paths are harmless. Every step you take here stains the fabric of this place. The Watchers are not your guides. They are the last remnants of those who came before, consumed by their own hunger to know. The crew recoils, but Erendel doesn't flinch. He's seen the truth in the Keeper's words, how the hollow star's light dims whenever Vingilot's shadow passes over it, how the whispers in the void grew louder the deeper they sailed. Exploration isn't just discovery, it's an act of conquest. However gentle the hand that holds the compass, the Navigator grabs his arm. We leave now. His nails bite through fabric, drawing blood, before we become the 48th. But the Keeper is already fading, its form unraveling into motes of dust that catch the dying star's light like fireflies. Turn back, and the Watchers will hunt you for sport. Press on, and you'll doom what you sought to preserve. Its voice lingers long after its body is gone, curling around the chamber like smoke. Choose wisely, star sailor. The threshold has teeth. Silence crashes down. Even the wounded rigger's ragged breathing stills. Elwing's fingers find Erendel's, her grip fierce. She doesn't say the obvious that there's no winning here, only degrees of losing. Instead, she presses her forehead to his and whispers a truth that fractures him. You already chose the moment you set sail. The deck, and picks up a shard of the broken moon glass. It glows faintly in his palm, not pointing back the way they came, but deeper into the labyrinth. Toward answers, toward ruin, toward something neither map nor myth has ever dared to name. And Erendel, he reaches for the helm. The ship groans like a living thing as the last crate of provisions is cracked open, mold creeping across what should have been hardtack, water skins hanging limp as dead leaves. The crew gathers in fractured clusters, their shadows long in the flickering lantern light. Some clutch their knives like talismans, others stare at the lifeboat with naked longing. The Navigator is the first to break. We're ghosts already, he rasps, fingers tracing the fresh notches on the mast, one for each sailor the void has claimed. At least let our deaths mean something. Erendel's cabin is a tomb of maps and silence. The charts lie scattered, their edges curling like dying petals, every route they've traced now ending in the same blank expanse. He presses his palms to the table until the wood bites back, trying to quiet the tremor in his hands. This isn't just about courage and amour, it's about the weight of command, the terrible arithmetic of who lives, who turns back, who becomes another name etched on a forgotten wall. The door creaks open without a knock. Elwing's footsteps are feather light, but the warmth of her hand on his shoulder is an anchor. She doesn't offer platitudes or false comfort. Instead, she lays the moon glass shard between them, its glow pulsing erratically, as if whatever path it senses is unraveling even as they speak. They're right to be afraid, she admits, her thumb brushing the jagged edge. But fear isn't a compass, it's a shadow. Her voice drops, not with doubt, but with a ferocity that startles him. You taught me that. When Erendel steps onto the deck, the arguing ceases mid-breath. The crew's faces are a mosaic of hope and dread the young deck, and gripping his makeshift star chart, the cook clutching her ladle like a weapon, the wounded rigger leaning on his crutch with defiance etched into every line. Erendel doesn't stand taller, doesn't raise his voice. He simply meets their eyes and tells them the truth. Going forward may kill us. Turning back will kill what we came for. The lifeboat hits the void's currents with a sound like a sigh. Those who board it don't look back, not out of cowardice, but because some goodbyes are too sharp to bear. The navigator pauses just before stepping in, his gnarled hand hovering over the ship's rail. "Tell them," he mutters, "if you find anything worth telling." Then he's gone, his silhouette swallowed by the dark. Vingilot feels lighter with half its soul torn away. The sails sag, the decks echo, but the crew that remains stands straighter, as if shedding the weight of doubt has honed them into something sharper. Elwing watches the lifeboat vanish, her expression unreadable. "They'll never know if we succeed," she murmurs. Irendel adjusts the helm, his fingers finding fresh calluses over old ones. "Then we'll have to be loud about it." Ahead, the hollow star's light gutters not in warning, but in welcome or challenge. The difference hardly matters now. The sky isn't empty here. It's pregnant. Every inch of the horizon pulses with stars yet to be named, their light soft as a breath held too long. Vingilot glides through the stillness like a thought half remembered, its sails drinking in the glow of galaxies unborn. The air hums against the skin, thick with the scent of ozone and something sweeter, like the first note of a song no one's written yet. Even the ship's timbers creak differently here, as if the wood remembers a time before it was shaped into planks, before trees were anything but seeds spinning in the dark. Erendel's grip on the helm slackens. There's no need to steer, not when the current beneath them moves with the certainty of a river returning to its source. Behind him, the crew clusters at the rails, their whispers trembling between awe and terror. The makers, one murmurs, pointing at the watchers as they spiral overhead in slow, deliberate arcs. Their usual menace is gone, replaced by something that might be deference or hunger. We're sailing through their workshop, but Erendel's eyes are fixed ahead, where the tapestry of stars begins to warp. Not a void this time, nor a storm, but a slow, inevitable bending, as if the fabric of the sky is being drawn toward a single point. The pull is more than physical. It's in his bones, in the way his pulse syncs with the rhythm of the light, each heartbeat echoing the flicker of those distant, half-formed suns. He doesn't just feel watched. He feels expected. Elwing's hand finds his wrist, her fingers cool against his fevered skin. "Look down," she breathes. The deck beneath their feet is changing. Not rotting, not cracking transparent. Through it, they see the ship's shadow rippling across a sea that isn't water but possibility itself. Its surface alive with reflections of ships that never were, paths never taken. The navigator's voice cracks. "We're not just crossing a place, we're crossing an idea." The watcher's wings blot out the false stars as they descend, their forms less solid now, edges blurring like ink in rain. One alights on the prow, its voice, if it can be called a voice, threading through the crew's minds without sound. "You are earlier than we calculated." The words aren't reproach, they're fascination, the way a scholar might greet a surprise in an experiment. Erendel's throat tightens. Calculated by whom? The answer comes not from the watcher, but from the bending sky ahead. The point of convergence splits open not a rift, but a pupil, vast and black and aware. The crew stumbles back as the eye focuses, its gaze settling on Vingilot with the weight of a world being measured, and in that gaze, Erendel sees it, not a creator, not a god, something older, something that was here before the first star kindled, and will remain when the last one gutters out. The Watcher's bow is one. The crew falls silent, and the eye blinks. The universe holds its breath. The presence doesn't speak. It resonates, a vibration in the marrow of the bones, a hum in the spaces between thoughts. When it offers the trial, Irendel feels the question before it forms. Will you unmake yourself to hear the song? No parchment, no oath, just the slow unspooling of silence as the crew watches him weigh the cost. To surrender his voice isn't just to be mute, it's to sever the thread between thought and expression, to let the universe fill the hollow left behind. He nods, and the world fractures like glass under a hammer. Sound rushes in where sight once ruled, not the creak of the ship or the crew's panicked shouts, but the groan of galaxies spinning into being, the hiss of solar winds weaving between planets like threads through a loom. Erendel clutches the helm, but his hands are insubstantial here, his body dissolving into the chorus. A star bursts to life in his chest, its light scoring his ribs with heat. A black hole exhales against the back of his neck, its breath colder than the void between worlds. He tries to scream, but silence is the pact, and the cosmos drinks his voice like wine. Time bends, moments stretch into epochs. He witnesses civilizations kindle and fade in the space between heartbeats, their triumphs and downfalls reduced to harmonies in a greater score. A planet sings itself into dust. A nebula hums a lullaby to unborn suns. The music isn't beautiful, it's truth, raw and unfiltered, and it carves him hollow. When the presence finally releases him, Erendel collapses to the deck, his lips cracked, his throat burning with the memory of songs no mortal throat should hold. The crew crowds around him, their mouths moving, but their words are static, distant. Elwing presses her palm to his chest, her eyes wide not with fear, but recognition. She hears it too, the echo. The crew falls back as Erendel's lips part, not to speak, to vibrate. A single syllable spills forth, a word that isn't a word but a note, a key, a sigil written in the language of creation itself. The air shudders, the path ahead ignites, not with fire, but with the ghost light of 1,000 unborn stars aligning. The watchers recoil as the light spreads, their wings flaring in something like reverence. Or terror. The presence murmurs through the ship's timbers, its satisfaction, a velvet knife against the spine. Now you understand. To speak is to distort. But to listen, that is how worlds are born. Erendel's voice, when it returns fully, is no longer his own. It's deeper, richer, threaded with the harmonics of the song he now carries in his blood. The crew doesn't cheer. They kneel, not to him, to the understanding in his eyes, the terrible knowledge that some paths aren't meant to be charted, but heard. And the light ahead, it isn't just a path anymore, it's an invitation. The liquid light doesn't ripple, it breathes. Each stroke of Erendel's oar sends slow, radiant waves across the surface, their glow illuminating faces that aren't reflections, but fragments of lives unlived. A version of himself with silvered hair, ruling a kingdom, that never was. Elwing standing alone on a shore, her arms empty. The crew laughing aboard a ship that never left harbor. The visions don't hurt. That's what terrifies him. They feel familiar, as if he's mourning choices he doesn't remember making. The boat glides to a stop at the center, where the light thickens into something between water and memory. When he reaches down, his fingers don't get wet, they remember being wet, the sensation echoing a heartbeat too late. Then the sea divides, not with a crash, but a sigh, peeling back to reveal steps carved from the same impossible substance. Below them stretches the library. Shelves tower into the dark, their contents pulsing faintly. Not books, not scrolls, living things shifting spheres of light that hum when he passes, their surfaces swirling with scenes of wars unwaged, loves unspoken, discoveries lost to time. The air thrums with the weight of all that might have been, each sphere a world unto itself. The voice comes not from above, but from within, vibrating in his teeth. One. No more. Erendel's hand hovers over a sphere, showing his son grown tall, a crown of stars on his brow, then flinches away. That future isn't his to claim. Another pulses with a map of the heavens, so precise it makes his own charts seem childish. His fingers itch for it, but then, a smaller light, dimmer than the rest. Inside, a woman he's never seen sings to a child, in a language that died with its last speaker, 10,000 years ago. The song is a lullaby, a lament. A spell. He doesn't understand a word, but his eyes burn. When he lifts it, the library shudders. The other spheres dim, their light flowing into his chosen, one like rivers into a sea. The voice whispers not in warning, but in sorrow. To carry a story is to bury 1,000 others. Back on the surface, the liquid light seals behind him, smooth as glass. The crew's shouts reach him. They see the sphere in his hands, their faces alight with wonder. But Erendel doesn't move. The weight of what he's taken is nothing compared to the weight of what he's left behind. The sphere hums against his palm, warm as a heartbeat. It doesn't belong to him. He's just the messenger, and the message, that's when he feels it, the first crack. The silver tome thrums in Erendel's grip, not like paper and ink, but like a living thing cradled too tightly. Its pulse syncs with his own, each vibration sending cracks through the careful walls of what he thought he knew. The crew crowds closer as he steps back onto Vingilot's deck, their breath held not for the book, but for the way his shadow no longer matches his movements. It stretches too long, flickering at the edges with threads of the same silver light that bleeds from the tome's spine. Elwing is the first to reach out, her fingers brushing the cover. The moment she makes contact, her pupils dilate, swallowing the iris whole. It's not words, she whispers. It's a mirror. The crew exchanges glances, but Erendel already understands. He's felt it since the library, the way the book doesn't just hold knowledge, it holds them. Every choice they've made, every path untaken, coiled inside like a serpent waiting to strike. The Navigator, ever practical, clears his throat. What does it say? His voice is steady, but his knuckles whiten around the railing. Erendel hesitates. The warning echoes in his skull, speak its truth, and the circle will tremble but deeper still. The book hums a counterpoint, not a threat, a plea. With a slow exhale, he opens it. The pages are blank, then movement. The silver swirls, resolving into images too fluid to fix. A fleet of ships with sails like storm clouds, their prows carving through the sky itself. A council of hooded figures arguing over a globe, cracked down the middle. A child on a distant shore, stacking stones into a tower that shouldn't balance but does. The crew gasps as the scenes shift faster, flashing through possibilities like cards in a dealer's hand. The wounded rigger staggers back. It's showing us the future. Erendel shakes his head. Not the future, a future. The distinction matters. The book isn't a prophecy. It's an argument, a chorus of voices debating what could be, if only someone dared to choose differently. The final image lingers, the circle of the world as they know it, but warped, its edges fraying like cloth caught in a loom. At its center, a single thread glows silver. Their thread, the deck hand leans in, his moon glass shard dangling from its cord. It flares violently, not toward the horizon this time, but downward through the deck, through the void, towards something buried deep beneath the known worlds. It wants us to follow, he breathes. Elwing's hand closes over the book, snapping it shut. The sudden silence rings louder than any alarm. No, she says softly. It's asking us to choose. Her gaze locks with Erendel's, and in it, he sees the truth they've both avoided. Some knowledge isn't just power, it's responsibility. And the moment they speak this into the world, nothing will ever be the same. The crew waits, caught between dread and longing. The wind picks up, carrying the scent of salt and something older, something that tastes like the moment before a storm breaks. Irendel runs his thumb along the book's edge. To share it would be to set a spark in dry tinder. To keep it silent would be to bury a light that might have guided them home. Above them, the watchers circle lower, their wings blotting out the false stars. They don't hiss, don't threaten. They just watch, as if they, too, are waiting to see what happens when a mortal holds the end of one story and the beginning of another in his hands. The sails of Vingilot billow, not with wind, but with the breath of something older, a current that carries them homeward as gently as a mother's hand guiding a child. The watchers glide alongside, their once menacing forms now arranged in solemn procession, wings folded like banners of a long-forgotten truce. There's no triumph in their escort, only the quiet gravity of witnesses who have seen a thing completed. The crew moves through their duties with hollowed-out eyes, scrubbing decks that will never feel clean again, tying knots with fingers that remember the weight of unraveled threads. One sailor weeps silently as he polishes the helm, his tears etching tiny rivers in the salt-stained wood. Erendel sits cross-legged in the ship's belly, the silver tome open across his knees. Its pages refuse to hold still unless he speaks their secrets aloud. Each word, a pebble dropped into the pond of reality, sending ripples he can't take back. The borders between worlds are not walls, he murmurs, watching the ink rearrange itself into a map of interwoven roots, but seems the revelation should feel like victory. Instead, it sits like a stone in his gut. All those centuries of his people, fearing the unknown, building legends around the edge of the world, and the truth was this simple. The universe isn't a collection of separate realms. It's a single tapestry, and they've been clinging to one fraying thread while calling it the whole cloth. Elwing finds him there, her shadow stretching long in the witchlight of the book's glow. She doesn't ask what he's learned. She already knows has known since the moment she pressed her palm to the watcher's hand. and felt the ache of shared memory. "They'll call it heresy," she says softly, tracing the edge of a page that shows their homeland as a tiny ember in a vast web of light. Not because they disbelieve, because it frightens them. Above deck, the first familiar star winks into view, its light duller than Erendel remembers. The crew gathers at the rails, their postures tense. This should be a moment of celebration, the sight of home after sailing beyond the end of all things, but the air hums with unease. The deck, and clutches his moon glass shard, now dark as dead coal. "What if we're too late?" he whispers. No one answers. The question hangs heavier than the book in Erendel's arms. The watchers peel away one by one as the shores of the known world rise on the horizon, their wings brushing the ship's sails in a gesture that might be farewell or warning. The last to leave presses a single talon to Erendel's chest, just above his heart. The touch burns cold, branding him with a sigil that shimmers like wet ink before fading. "Remember," it hisses, though its mouth never moves. "Some doors, once opened, cannot be shut." And then they're alone, Vingilot drifting into harbor under a sky suddenly too small, too still. The docks are crowded not with cheering crowds, but with armored figures, their spears glinting in the dawn light. At their head stands the High Lore Master, his face carved into lines of thunder. Erendel tightens his grip on the book, its pulse syncing with his own. He thinks of the library beneath the liquid light, of the thousand stories left untold. The crew forms a silent circle behind him, their shoulders squared. Not for the first time, he wonders if the true voyage begins now not across uncharted seas, but across the even more treacherous waters of the human heart. The harbor air hums with tension as Vingilot's hull scrapes against the dock, the sound swallowed by the gasps of the gathered crowd. Elder nobles clutch their robes like armor. Sailors forget to tie their knots mid-motion. Children peer between legs, all frozen in the moment before the world tilts. Irendel steps onto the sun-bleached planks, the silver tome cradled against his chest like a wounded bird. It pulses faintly, its light seeping through his fingers, painting the dock in liquid shadows that twist too slowly to be natural. The High Lore Master's voice booms across the silence, all polished authority and barely veiled panic. "What heresy do you bring from the void?" Erendel doesn't flinch. He simply opens the book. The first word leaves his lips not as speech, but as vibration, a note so deep the dock shudders, sending ripples across the still harbor waters. Above them, the sky convulses, clouds tear like parchment, revealing a patch of darkness that shouldn't be there. Then light, a pinprick at first, then a wound, then a blazing eye. A new star burns into existence, its light the same silver as the book's pages. The crowd erupts. A woman falls to her knees, her tears glinting with reflected starlight. A scholar claws at his own face, screaming about broken prophecies. A fisherman's daughter points and laughs, her joy untouched by fear. Elwing's fingers weave through Erendel's, her grip anchoring him as the chaos swells. "You gave them a choice," she murmurs, her voice barely audible over the shouting. Her other hand rests on the book, sharing its weight. Now they must make it. The truth sits heavy between them. This isn't just about the star, or the book, or even the voyage. It's about the cracks spreading through everything they thought they knew. The way the Lore Master's perfect maps now look like child's scribbles. the way the sailors glance at their compasses like betrayed lovers. Erendel watches a group of young scribes huddle around a hastily drawn copy of the new star's position, their quills moving frantically. Nearby, a captain orders his crew to prepare for departure, his eyes alight with terrified wonder. The divisions are already forming, those who will cling to the old borders and those who will chase the untethered light. The book thrums against his palm, its pages whispering of other harbors, other reckonings. He thought the hardest part was crossing the edge of the world, but standing here, watching the first fractures spread, he understands. The true voyage begins when you step back onto solid ground and realize it was never solid at all. The air cracks like glass as the mob surges forward, their torches painting the docks in jagged streaks of orange and black. A spear flies. Erendel doesn't flinch. It shatters against an unseen barrier, the shards dissolving into motes of silver light that spiral upward to join the new star's glow. The book in his hands thrums, not with power, but with presence, its pages fanning open to reveal a tapestry of interconnected worlds, each thread vibrating with the same melody. You think this is a weapon, his voice carries without raising, each syllable weighted with the echoes of the hollow star's trial. It's a mirror, and what you fear isn't the reflection, it's the face you might see there. A woman in the front rank, her priestess robes singed at the hem from hurried torch rituals, hurls a vial of holy water. The liquid freezes midair, suspended as the book's light touches it, revealing not sanctity, but sediment flecks of ancient salt from seas that dried up before their gods were born. The crowd gasps as the droplets reform into a miniature constellation, hovering like a child's mobile. Irendel steps forward, his shadow stretching long and thin, no longer tethered to the laws of this world's light. You've been taught that borders keep you safe, he murmurs as the star above pulses in time with his words. But safety isn't a wall, it's knowing the hand you reach for in the dark. A child wriggles free from the mob, her braids bouncing as she darts toward him. No one stops her. Her fingers brush the book's edge, and for a heartbeat, the dock falls silent. Then her laughter rings out, bright as a bell, as the pages bloom into a living map of her own heartbeat. Her breath, the way her mother's lullabies weave through her dreams. The priestess staggers back, her defiance crumbling like wet parchment. This isn't sorcery, the girl declares, grinning up at the star. It's just the part of the story we skipped. One by one, the torches lower. The mob's fury unravels into something more fragile, not understanding, not yet, but the raw, trembling space where fear gives way to curiosity. The book's glow softens, no longer a challenge but an invitation, its light tracing the faces of sailors and scholars, rebels and zealots, all caught in the same widening ripple of revelation. The High Lore Master sinks to his knees, not in submission, but surrender, to the weight of a truth too vast for dogma. We thought we were the center, he whispers. Erendel closes the book with a sigh that carries the scent of distant rain. Above them, the new star flickers, its light stitching the frayed edges of the sky back together with threads of silver. Not to erase the wound, but to heal it differently. Stronger, the child tugs his sleeve, her eyes reflecting entire galaxies. What do we do now? He smiles, and for the first time since stepping ashore, his shoulders relax. We learn to swim. Years later, the shoreline hums with a different kind of tide, not of water, but of voices. Erendel's boots sink into sand now littered with parchment scraps and charcoal sketches. The beach transformed into an open-air forum where scholars argue over celestial mechanics, while children chase waves that glow faintly with borrowed starlight. The new star, his star, still burns overhead, its light gentler now, woven into the night sky as if it had always belonged. Telescopes of brass and polished drift would point upward like the masts of ships, forever docked, their lenses trained on the paths he once sailed. A group of young apprentices clusters around a tide pool, their fingers tracing ripples that mirror the constellations above. One looks up, cheeks flushed with excitement, and calls to Erendel by a title he never asked for, Pathfinder. The word hangs in the salt-tinged air, heavier than he expects. He's no longer just a sailor. He's become a waypoint in someone else's journey. Down the beach, a heated debate erupts between a white-robed astronomer and a fisherman turned cartographer. The astronomer jabs at a star chart, insisting the new celestial bodies follow predictable patterns. The fisherman shakes his head, his calloused hands smoothing a map drawn on sealskin. A map that shows not just coastlines, but currents of light between worlds. The book says the rules change where the water ends. He insists. Irendel lingers, listening. They're both right. They're both wrong. And that tension, that glorious friction between what was known and what might be, is the legacy he never meant to leave. A child tugs his sleeve. She can't be more than 6, her hair streaked with sand, her eyes reflecting the star's silver glow. Without a word, she leads him to a patch of wet shore where she's drawn not the old constellations, but new ones, whales with wings, ships with star-filled sails, a great eye winking from the void. "This is where I'll go," she announces, as if it's that simple, and perhaps it is. Erendel crouches beside her, the ache in his knees a reminder of years spent braced against storm-racked decks. The book's truths were never meant to be commandments, only keys. Now he watches as others turn those keys in locks he never dreamed existed. A ship bobs on the horizon, its sails emblazoned with a sigil he doesn't recognize. A guild of explorers who have traded fear for curiosity. The tide rolls in, erasing the child's drawings, but the light in her eyes doesn't dim. Some maps aren't meant to last. They're meant to be redrawn, again and again, by hands unburdened by the weight of impossible. As Erendel rises, the wind carries the scent of salt and something sweeter, the promise of storms yet to come, of voyages yet to be dreamed. The circle of the world hasn't just grown. It's learned to breathe.